Well, a very warm welcome to live action of the LTA 16 and under Lexus Junior National Championships. Firstly, a quick apologies for the delayed start, but we are here now and ready to get into this first final. It's the 16 and under girls singles final between Daniela Britton and Annabelle Wong. We are on site here in the heart of southwest London, ready for an absolutely cracking day of tennis. This event showcasing the future of British tennis. It's the highlight of the season for these two players and has seen former champions along the names of Andy Murray, Heather Watson and Beth Gray, who I'm lucky enough to introduce into the commentary box, who is beside me today. Beth, how are you?
Yeah, all good, thank you. Thanks for having me online here. It's great to be here to watch the Nationals final. Yeah, currently Annabelle Wong and Daniela Britton getting underway. Yeah, great to see a great match unfold.
Beth, you're the perfect co-commentator for today because you've been in these players' shoes exactly. You know how it feels. What is it like going into a final of a junior national championship? What do you remember of it?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of nerves these girls will be feeling right now, especially these days with what is on the line. So the winner of this match will receive a main draw wildcard into the junior Wimbledon competition, and the runner-up will receive a qualifying wildcard into that tournament. So yeah, the stakes are high today for these girls. So there'll definitely be a lot of nerves, both pretty aggressive players, as we can see from the get-go. So hopefully they can find their best tennis today and showcase a good match.
Yeah, both players obviously had a great run to the final. Daniela Britton, top seed here this week, GB #1, ranked 103 on the ITF ranking, so just outside that top 100 mark. But she's the favourite for this one, heading in as the top seed.
Yeah, she is. She's had a good year so far. She had a career high of just inside that top 100 in February of this year. Situated training at the National Academy in Loughborough. I'm sure she's very well looked after there with a great team of coaches, fitness trainers. Yeah.
Yeah, the Loughborough team have been in full force this week. I was down courtside yesterday and they were everywhere.
Yeah, they have a good squad going there with lots of male and female coaches helping out the girls and the boys there.
So first break of the match, Daniela Britton extends that lead early on in this opening set. Leads by 2. As the favourite, it sometimes can have a negative effect, I feel like. You can come in maybe a little bit worried, but she seems to have started off really well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both girls will be feeling those nerves, and sometimes that actually helps the underdog in that situation, but she's done a great job so far of sort of controlling those nerves and getting off to a great start, 2-love up.
I mean, perhaps a slightly cheap unforced error there from sort of a regular position, pushed quite far back, but it's windy out there, which I don't know if you can see on the stream, but being here courtside, it's obvious that it's not easy conditions.
Yeah, it's really, really blustery out there, so it's important to have a lot of good footwork. You want your feet to almost never stop moving when it's this windy to get yourself in that best position when you're contacting the ball and minimise those unforced errors in these conditions, which so far Daniela's done a really great job of, and hopefully Annabelle, she can find a little bit more consistency with her big game that she has. And the important thing there is a lot of good footwork, getting around the ball.
Oh, superb
Wow.
backhand. Really, really good. She's so good off both sides.
Yeah, great 1-2 punch there, sort of wide serve and then next ball into the space. It seems like she has a lot of clarity of thought from the get-go here, which is so important when you're coming into a final, especially in these conditions, having a clear game plan from the off, which she seems to have so far.
And that's something as well, in these sorts of conditions, I don't know, from your playing experience, this is, I feel, somewhere where you like to play yourself in a bit and just, you know, bring the court, have some big margins and play yourself in. But she's being hit, you know, hitting a few winners straight from the off, which suggests she's feeling very, very good from previous matches as well.
Yeah, I guess they've had a lot of matches this week going into this final, and also I think the important thing is sticking to your game identity as well. Like, maybe these girls seem like very aggressive players, so you want to stick to that game identity and maybe just simplify your game plan from the off, like she seems to have done, sort of serve wide, first ball into the open space, which seems to be working really well for her so far.
Yeah, and you'll see there that in this competition and the stage, which has changed over time, this rule, but lets are being played on. So you might be wondering why they didn't go for a second serve there, but we play lets in this competition. So that's something that the rule in tennis that's actually evolved over time. In the juniors circuit, obviously in the seniors, it's still very much the same. On tour, obviously you've got the likes of, you know, Ultimate Tennis Showdown and sort of external competitions like that, which are starting to shake up the rules a bit. But what are your thoughts on that rule in the juniors? You like it?
Yeah, so this came in after I finished my junior career, so it was not anything that I ever experienced playing. So I don't have any experience of playing like that to know how it feels, but I guess it speeds up the game maybe for people watching. I guess it is a bit of a flip of a coin sometimes if that happens at an important moment in a match. It just sort of tips the balance either way with, yeah, like a net court serve, which it's tricky to deal with, but like this sport, you have to accept a lot of what's going on around you in this sport, so that's just a new thing that players have to adjust to.
Yeah, difficult phase of the match for Annabelle. She needs to sort of get on the board here early on. You've spent a bit of time with Annabelle quite recently, haven't you, Beth, at GB Winter Cup and Summer Cup?
Yeah, so I was with Annabelle at the Winter Cups last month. We spent 2 weeks there. Yeah, it was great to get to know her game. She's a very, very aggressive player, and I think it's just important for her to really have a simple game plan to facilitate that aggressive game style that she has. Because she has a really, really good plan A, and when that's on, she can sometimes be unplayable. But I think, like we're seeing here, she just needs to maybe bring that margin in slightly, not sort of go passive at all with how she's playing, but just bring those margins in slightly to sort of raise that consistency in her game.
Having to face more break points, the London-born Wong.
Yeah, it's important here that she can maybe find a first serve. Yeah, like that. When she does find that first serve, she's able to sort of do that 1-2 punch like we've seen Daniela doing so well so far, and she can be unplayable at times when she is backing herself up with that first serve.
Yeah, so extending the lead once again. Daniela Britton, the top seed, leading the way here at the National Tennis Centre in the 16 and under singles final. Of course, a wild card into the Junior Wimbledon main draw on the line, so high stakes. Set it up so well, just fell at the final hurdle, but a really good point.
Yeah, maybe the wind caught her off guard there when she was setting up for that smash. Maybe she didn't quite keep her feet going long enough to get in a good position to hit that smash and execute it. But it was a great setup to the point.
return was huge.
Yeah, that's Annabelle's identity there. Big strikes from the off, first front foot tennis, first strike tennis, and when she does tie it all together, it can be really unplayable.
Oh, that's huge. I mean, as well, you know, she's a couple of meters behind the baseline there, and finding that angle is quite something.
Yeah, she's done really well to find that angle from that position in the court, but it just shows the skills that she has to her disposal to be able to get behind the ball there and get round the outside of the ball to hit a cross-court angle winner. Great skill.
Oh, unplayable right now is Daniela Britton.
Yeah, and she seems to really favour that forehand, as we can see there. She chose to get around the ball and hit a forehand inside in rather than a backhand from that side of the court. And she just seems really, really clear with her game plan right now. She looks settled mentally, emotionally, and she's well in control of this match right now. Annabelle did a great job there of just making that extra ball to elongate the rally a bit more, and yeah, she found a way to win that point, which is great. I think if I was in her position now, I'd just be trying to extend these points that one more shot, just to try and find a way into this match. Oh, great return there. Yeah, she got behind that well and struck it really well. Great return, and she's got herself back into this game.
Britton actually came through her semi-final yesterday against the third seed Liv Zing, 6-love, 6-love. So she's yet to drop a game so far in her semi and so far in this final. So yeah, just an indicator of how good she's feeling this week.
Wow, that's some scoreline for a semi-final of the Junior Nationals. She must be really feeling her game right now, but we can see that with how she's dominating the court.
That's big forehand from Wong.
Yeah, great. She just had that extra little bit of margin there on both those balls. And when she has that, she's able to dictate the points. Just has to sort of keep focused on a big margin and that extra ball in play right now.
Oh, it's superb. So good from Wong.
Yeah, that was excellent play from Annabelle there, and Daniela did a great job of chasing down those few extra balls, not making it easy for Annabelle, but Annabelle stayed really calm there and just played into the space each time. Excellent point, and she's found herself a break point.
Good to see her use her hand skills at the end there, not just about the power. She's got some finesse in that locker as well.
Yeah, she's actually been working really hard on that area of her game. I know from when we were at Winter Cup together, because her game is so aggressive, she finds herself up in that front court quite often, and just being able to back up what she does from the back of the court into in the front of the court, she's been working really hard on, and you can see there it's been paying off.
breakpoint saved from Britain.
Great return from Annabelle there, just neutralising that serve. Right down the middle, big margin. And she's found herself another break point.
The gust of wind coming at just the wrong time for Britain there as she lined up for that forehand approach. But it does mean that Annabelle Wong gets on the scoreboard. And we are sitting at 4-1 as we go into the changeover.
Yeah, that's great for Annabelle there. Hopefully that will help calm her nerves a little bit. And even on that return there, I know it was a little bit shorter and she just got a racket on it, but just making that extra ball in play in these sort of conditions, sometimes that's all you need to do. And there it was quite a tricky ball that Daniela had. The ball swirled around. She was in a tricky position and it forced her into an error. It's not always going to be pretty tennis in this situation.
And I mean, we've said how much is at stake here today. Back in the day, you know, this didn't always used to have this sort of pressure on it, and obviously the national championships is always going to have high stakes. But now with the added, you know, Wimbledon wildcard on this, it means a lot.
Yeah, I think that's been a brilliant addition to the national championships, and also in the 18 and unders there is even more at stake there. You get a wild card into the ladies qualifying event if you win that. So it's brilliant, and it just means all the best players in the country are playing the nationals and everybody's fighting out. It's great to see, great addition, I think. And I believe they do the same in America. Actually, the winner of the Junior Nationals there receives a wild card into the US Open, and that seems to have been a big success over the years. So yeah, great addition in my opinion.
Such an impressive return, pushing Wong straight back off a decent first delivery as well, but Britain all over that return.
Yeah, she was. She read that really well and just pinned Annabelle right back behind the baseline there, and she wasn't quite able to get behind it fast enough to neutralise.
Oh, really, really nice hands. Love that change-up. And perhaps with the way the wind is blowing at the moment, that's actually a clever shot from this side. It seemed to sort of just die a little bit.
Yeah, that's another really important point to make as well when you're out here playing in these sort of conditions. It's knowing which end you can maybe be a bit more aggressive and which, like, in the wind, and use the wind to your advantage, and which end you have to maybe grind a little bit more and you've got the wind against you and make your opponent play that extra ball. But yeah, it seemed like that drop shot really worked in her favour there.
Wong just pulls that forehand wide, and she's got some work to do to get out of this game. Tied at another juice point. Oh, some way to get out of it though.
Yeah,
really
great
good
response. Just popped up slightly there on that forehand. In these conditions, again, really important to stay down on your shots, just because if you pop up slightly, the wind can just take it out.
Oh, superb. So good. Stayed on that one, you know, she stayed so low, and that's the difference it makes.
Yeah, that sort of shows to me that she is really focused, because she made that correction right away and stayed down on all 3 of those shots in that point.
It's an impressive hold from Annabelle Wong, and she's just slowly working her way back into this opening set.
Yeah, she seems a bit more settled. She seems a bit more, has to have a bit more clarity mentally with what she's trying to do and bringing margins in. Yeah, she's making more of a match of this now, and let's see how Daniela responds.
Yeah, it's somewhere Daniela likes to play her tennis. She says her favourite shot is her volley, so she likes to get up to the net. She'll be disappointed with that finish, but I imagine she'll continue to try and get up into that area of the court.
Annabelle did a great job there, using the width to pull Daniela out the court.
Well tracked down by Britain there. Annabelle Wong just going for slightly too much on that final forehand. Still a real opportunity to look for another break here. Really impressive from that area of the court is Wong now. When she's got that central position lined up, she's hitting most of her shots inside the baseline and making the most of it. Just look at that return position. Certainly going for it.
She meant business there with that return position, and it was a fantastic return. She just didn't quite get behind that ball fast enough on the forehand side to get herself into a neutral position. Just clipped the top of the net there. But she's well into this now.
Oh, unreal. Taking it so early once again, just as we seen on the previous point. Stays on top and this time gets the winner. Sorry, Beth.
No, this is Annabelle at her best now, when she's really finding her feet.
Boom. She is on fire, and in a real change of events here at the National Tennis Centre, we are back on serve in this girls' singles final. What a turnaround.
Really, really impressive from Annabelle. Daniela, she hasn't done anything wrong, really. I mean, Annabelle, she's just stepped it up massively. She seems calmer, she seems clearer with a game plan, and not easy to do in this situation, especially when you've gone down 4-love pretty quickly. It can just feel like it's running away from you, the match, but she's done a great job there to find her consistency and execute her game plan.
Good hand skills on display once again.
She's doing a great job up at the net. You can really see that work paying off that she's been doing around that part of the court.
One thing I wanted to ask you, Beth, was, you know, at this stage of their careers, this is probably the pinnacle, you know, definitely in this country when they start to play more internationals, which these girls already do. And I'll wait until this point finishes until I get to the question. Yeah, great return from Britain, but how similar is it when you get into the pro circuit? Obviously, you've gone from the same stage that these girls are at into then the pro circuit, playing at Wimbledon. How similar does it feel stepping out onto court on big stages?
Another great point from Annabelle there, using her hand skills at the net. And in answer to your question, yeah, I mean, as a player, no matter where you're playing, if you're playing here in your home country, if you're playing out in Lithuania in a junior or a 25K or something, the nerves are always still there, and every match feels just as important as the last and the next. But at this age, I do feel like it's great to be able to play these junior nationals and what is in store for if you win the tournament and getting the opportunity to play the junior Wimbledon. It's a long career as a tennis player, and looking back at this age, it's a great opportunity that comes from these events. All square now at 4-all. Annabelle's done a really good job. It's important now that Daniela actually resets mentally, because from her perspective, she's been up 4-love in a flash, and now suddenly she's pinned back to 4-all through no fault of her own. Just important that she recognises that, and she now tries her best to raise her game or not try and force her game too much.
What do you think has been the key difference in the last 4 games?
I think Annabelle's really found her margin on her shots, and she's got that first strike in, which is then she's found herself in that forecourt quite often.
Yeah, just like that. Unbelievable. So good.
And when she's in that sort of part of the court, because she has such a heavy ball strike, no matter who she's playing against, it can overwhelm you as a player. Now I'd say it's important for Daniela to focus on sort of making the points last a little bit longer. Keep asking that question from Annabelle.
Yeah, and that's one way just to keep her opponent at bay, isn't it? Just put in a good first delivery and get a few cheap points under her belt.
And backing herself with that serve, it's clearly a big weapon of hers.
Oh, that is outrageous. That is just world class.
Just the contrast that she has with that big powerful strike to push her opponent back, and then she's able to tap into those beautiful hand skills to just execute that drop shot is incredible.
Oh, that, again, is such a good response. What I love there was the take back on the previous shot. You know, Wong had hit a really, really deep shot, and the take back was just shortened up a little bit.
Yeah, she did really well there to get behind that ball. And again, she just asked that extra question there, got behind the ball when Annabelle really pushed her back with a big strike, and then she got an opportunity up the court, and she executed that brilliantly.
So she's now back in front, done a really good job of just resetting herself, and she is just one game away from the opening set.
Great job there to stop that rut of games going against her, just like Annabelle did when she was 4-love down, and we have a real match on our hands now.
Yeah, it's something, just going back to a couple of points ago, that combination of the big, I think it was the big backhand, and then the drop shot from Wong. I feel like that's something that, you know, these juniors are starting to learn off the pros. You know, I'm thinking of the best in the game, an Alcaraz, a Sabalenka especially on the women's side, starting to use more of that shorter game, the drop shots, the angles, the shorter angles. I think that's something where women's tennis has evolved quite a lot in recent years. Would you say the same?
I would agree completely, yeah, and I think maybe what inspired that was seeing Alcaraz burst onto the scene with that sort of contrast between his unbelievable power but then these silky hand skills. I feel like historically maybe people were put in a bit of a box of being a complete all-out aggressive player, and it meant that maybe they didn't have those hand skills, but now what we're seeing with this new pool of players is they're able to combine those two skills together, which is great.
Oh. Wong getting a bit of a taste of her own medicine there. Britton getting all over that forehand return. Lovely footwork, perhaps a little too central on the serve.
Yeah, maybe down that end that Daniela is now, maybe that wind is just taking that ball that little bit extra, like we saw Annabelle having a lot of joy with her power from that end. Maybe Daniela's getting that same joy now.
Oh, God, what a time to bring out some of the best tennis we've seen so far in this opening set. And Britton has 3 set points. Yeah, well, we were saying how useful it is to have that drop shot, but really you've got to use it at the right time, and perhaps they're not quite the right decision from Wong to utilize her drop shot, but Britton will take it into her swing and takes the opening set. Really good level from both girls in the end there, Beth.
Excellent level from both girls actually, and we saw their best game at different times during the match, which was great to see them showcasing their best tennis. Great to see mentally Annabelle able to pull that back from 4-love down, which happened really quickly. And yeah, Daniela did a really good job to sort of reset mentally at that point in time and take the set 6-4.
Yeah, I think just, you know, sort of looking back at that set as a whole, that probably stands out as the most impressive thing there, was that reset at 4-all from Britton. Perhaps an indicator of why she's in the ranking she is at the #1 in the country, and you know, a really strong ITF ranking as well, just outside the top 100.
Not easy to do as well, especially when these girls will both be aware of what is at stake for today, is that Junior Wimbledon wildcard if they win today. and both girls with where they're ranked right now wouldn't automatically be in the main draw of the Junior Wimbledon, so that makes it that much more significant for them to have that opportunity.
I'm also pretty glad that we weren't interrupted by any rain in that set, because we were a little late getting started today, which was another factor that these girls had to deal with. Was, you know, we were meant to get started at 10 a.m. today, and they only really went on court at just after 12 midday. So they've seemed to have dealt really well with it. They're putting on some great tennis for everyone here at the National Tennis Centre. And we're ready to get underway with set number 2, Britain in front. Blimey O'Reilly.
Great response from Annabelle from the get-go there. Really backing herself with her aggressive game.
I mean, I would say, at what point do you start thinking about maybe a slightly different game style? But it's an unusual situation, because in the last 6 games, actually it's Wong who's got the majority of those. So arguably she needs to just continue playing the way she's playing.
I think that is the key for Annabelle, and I think it's just having that understanding of when to maybe dial it up and maybe dial it down. Maybe not dial it down so much, but just bring in that margin just to control those that error count that she can have.
And for someone like Wong, she doesn't need to go for the lines because she has such a big ball. She can play with a little bit more margin, as you say, and still reap the rewards.
And those 4 games that she won, I don't think she wasn't aiming for the lines when she had those successful 4 games in a row. It was just the fact that the balls were in by a couple of feet inside both lines, rather than just missing the lines.
Oh, how clever is that? That's exactly some of the tennis that we were talking about, that we see the best in the game do on the WTA Tour, and we're seeing Britain ingest it into her game here as well. That's really impressive.
We've seen that forehand angle quite a few times now. That seems to be part of her identity. She's able to pull her opponent off quite wide in the court, which then gives her that opportunity to use her net game.
Obviously, you were a left-hander, Beth, or still are. But I feel like for right-handers, it's perhaps a little bit more difficult to input that into play. I don't know, it comes so naturally to left-handers, but she seems to do it really well.
For some reason, yeah, as a lefty, just naturally you have that ability. I don't really know why that is, but just to get around the outside of the ball. You see it especially on a lefty wide serve is a classic, isn't it? But also on that forehand, that was sort of my identity on the court, was my serve and my forehand, dragging opponents off court. And it's great to see when a right-hander has that same ability that they've developed to use the width of the court.
Needs to try and just settle herself here, does Annabelle Wong. Doesn't want to go down like she did in the opening set. That would put her in real trouble. Nice change up.
She reset really well, that 4-love down in that first set. Hopefully she can reset a bit earlier in this set to get herself back on the scoreboard.
Well, some of the returning we've seen today has been quite outstanding, and it continues in this second set, with Britain earning herself a couple of break points.
Unfortunate, she was well inside the baseline, so you can't argue, I don't think, too much with the decision making there, but just didn't quite have the execution. What did you think, Beth? Right decision for that type of shot?
I would say right decision, yeah. I think Daniela was maybe reading it. She looked like she was on her way quite quickly up to that drop shot, and maybe Annabelle just doesn't quite have the clarity of thought that she had when she was around 4-3, 4-all in that first set, just with it going down quite quickly again in this second set. Great to see these girls playing such aggressive front foot tennis though, and fearless tennis at this age. Have a very clear identity, both of these girls, with how they're looking to play their tennis.
We mentioned before, but Daniela Britton, obviously part of the setup at the Loughborough University National Tennis Academy, and just going through their support team is quite incredible. It's amazing the setup they have there at the university. Britton part of a fairly big group of players there that have all performed really well this week at the National Championships.
I think that helps a lot at this age, being part of a structure where you have a lot of really good players to train with, and a really good support team of coaches, fitness coaches, players who are sort of a similar level, so you're all sort of pushing each other and all improving, helping each other improve with pushing each other.
As well, it's so broad, the support they get. You know, they have a nutritionist coach, they've got the fitness support that they need, the conditioning, which is obviously so important at this stage of their careers and throughout, of course. But that's an area where I feel like, you know, these girls are so impressive. Their agility out of the corners, the power they're able to generate is really evident to see.
Definitely, they're all on their way to becoming quite complete athletes already, and I think that's just a testament to the support network that they have around them from such a young age. It's brilliant to see.
Well, Daniela Britton putting herself out in front, 3-love she leads, and now closing in on a national championship title. She leads by a set and 3 games to love.
I think what she's done really well from that 4-all point of the first set is she's actually just been mixing up the tempos a little bit more, just getting Annabelle outside of her comfortable strike zone. She's using that loopy ball a bit more, so Annabelle's having to contact the ball at shoulder height rather than waist height where she's really comfortable to strike the ball through the court. Daniela is now sort of making her contact the ball at different heights, which maybe is what's forcing Annabelle into a few more errors.
Well, I know you mentioned before we went on air that you've been in a scenario where you've been up and so close to that win, and I hate to bring it up, but you know, it's not over till it's over, is my point.
Yep, thanks for bringing that one up. I was in this position once, 5-love up in the final of the 16 and under finals, and yeah, it just got away from me. That was actually against Harriet Dart.
Which court were you playing on? Was it this venue?
Back then, it was actually in Bournemouth at the West Hands Club. They had all the Nationals events there on the clay courts. Harriet was a tricky opponent to play. She just got behind every single ball and kept asking that one more question.
Oh, what a return. That was so tricky for Wong to deal with there. The chisel just slicing through the court.
Great skill there, able to hit that slice forehand return. And again, maybe the wind just took it that little bit extra. Seems like she has the wind with her down that far end, Daniela. Which also means it's really important that you have big margins when you've got the wind with you, because one little sort of miss hit and it can just take that ball 2 feet long. You've really got to bring your margins in when you've got the wind behind you.
Yeah, nice put away. Didn't try and do too much there.
Took care of that short ball really well there. And again, had big margins.
It's just huge from Wong. So good. And once again, she's just, you know, plucking away and making sure that she gives herself a good chance in this second set. The odds are against her at this stage of the match in terms of the scoreboard, but, you know, she did it in the first set, so why not have a little run of games in the second? I'm sure she's thinking to herself. I always think the first point, sorry, you were going to say something there, but I always think the first point of the game has a little bit more weight on it. And
yeah,
just an error return like that is tough.
There is an interesting stat about how your sort of likelihood of winning that game when you win that first point of the game. I don't know it exactly, but I think it is around something like 72%. So really important that you're super engaged on that first point of each game.
Yeah, it's really good stuff from Daniela Britton here. Just really solid. Isn't doing anything too crazy, but just doing the basics so well. First serve and third ball there.
She is, and it's important to recognise how impressive that is, to be executing your game this consistently, not looking like you're doing anything special, but the focus that it takes to be really engaged, point in, point out, clear game plan, executing that game plan. It's really, really impressive what she's doing right now. Not having too many dips either way. I mean, I know Annabelle won those 4 games in a row, but that was through Annabelle having a really good patch herself. Daniela's done really well to stay present and just keep plugging away, keep executing her game, focus on what she's trying to do on the court.
What is Britton then, who is just 2 games away now from taking the title. 15-year-old from Dorset. So close now to taking a national title back to her home county. And as well, it's not just Daniela from Loughborough who's competing for a title today. We've got Eric Lorimer in the boys singles who will be in action following this match. So a chance for 2 national titles to go back to Loughborough at the end of the day. That would be something for them.
Really important Annabelle keeps fighting here. I know she's 6-4 forward run down, which seems like it's far away, but it's never over until it's over, especially in a final with so much at stake. Things can definitely change around just as fast as the British weather can.
Yeah. And as well, I mean, when it gets to this stage of a tournament, at a tournament such as the National Championships, I always find it fascinating thinking about the mindset of these players following a match like this. I always think that as Wong gets another game on the scoreboard in the second set, like what does it take to be a champion? You know, whoever goes on to lose this match, how should they feel losing a final at a national championships? Do they need to have that gut instinct of that wasn't good enough to go and be a champion, or should they be happy with where they got to? What is the right balance?
Definitely happy to be at the stage that they're at. I mean, it shows that they're right in the mix of being the top in their age group. And I mean, final on any given day can go anyway. Like if they played this match 10 times, I would imagine that it would be pretty even Stevens who would be coming out on top. So I think this isn't a measure of overall success or failure. It's so easy at this age to feel like that because everything feels so important, but you got to always have that long-term vision.
Is that how you felt? You know, what did you feel? You know, you've been at, I think you said 3 16 and under final, was it 18 and under finals?
So 3 18 and under finals, 1 16 and under finals, and 1 12 and under finals.
And do you remember how you felt in those scenarios from both winning and losing, because you had both?
I mean, at that time, at that age, it did feel like a big deal. It's only in hindsight now that I can look back, and I'm really proud of all my efforts at the Nationals. I mean, I know I did come out on top a few times as well in those finals, but even the finals that I lost, like the devastating 5-love up in the thirds final and 18 under final, which was my first time, which was pretty swift. Yeah, I still look back on those moments and I'm really proud of my efforts, win or lose.
Serving for a 5-2 lead here, Britain, which she takes.
That serve backing her up again. Brilliant first serve that she's got.
Yeah, it's been really solid throughout today's performance.
It'd be interesting to see her first serve percentage actually, because it feels like it's really quite high and it's set up her points really well.
Yeah, I know it's something that they're looking at trying to add into this event, is more of the analysis and the stats side, and to provide the players with. There was a performance analyst on site here. I know there is today as well, who's looking at the matches and providing the players with the footage following the match. So it's something that I feel like is improving so much in sport as a whole, just that extra insight, but in tennis too, where do you think it's at? Do you think it still needs to improve within the junior circuit? Do you think there needs to be more spotlight put on the stats for players to improve?
Definitely on the junior side, I think, especially because sort of the coaches of players can analyze those stats and make big improvements to players' games at this sort of age. Like even in terms of first serve percentage, because you could reflect on a match and what you're seeing, even as a coach on a sideline or a player playing that match, you might feel like, oh, I didn't serve very well that day, but the stats show that your first serve percentage was this, or maybe you felt like you did serve well and the first serve percentage was lower than you thought it was. So it's great info to take away back to your team and continue to develop your game that way. I think it really supports development, which is really important for the juniors going into seniors.
All right, then Annabelle Wong serving to stay in this championship match. And a good way to begin too.
Great start to the game, 2 first serves.
Oh. It's been a while since we've seen that type of play from Wong, but it's not too late just yet.
What a difference it makes when she's hitting her spots on those first serves. Just makes that ball 3 that much easier to find the space and find herself on top of the point. I know she misfired on that one, but even still, it was quite clear. She hit a serve, hit a spot, had that open court to hit into, just missed the execution.
Well, does the job she needed to do there and hold serve and just push Daniela Britton to have to serve this title out.
Never an easy situation to be in. If Annabelle can just stay present here and keep asking that question, who knows what can happen. Really aggressive second serve there from Daniela. You can see she's sort of wanting to play this game on her own terms and really be aggressive and go after it, which is great to see. And again, another great second serve. Annabella's trying to step in on that second serve, but she's just put that extra bit on the serve, preventing her from being able to do so successfully. Great point from both girls there. You could see Annabelle adjusted her court position slightly because those last 2 second serves came in really fast, and the same there on that second serve. So 3 championship points for Daniela Britton. Wow, just finds the edge of the line there on that backhand return. Almost looks like she thought it was going out with her reaction to that ball, and it just blew in inside the line. Another championship point. And she does it. She takes the 16 and under national champion, Daniela Britton. Fantastic final from both girls, but Daniela just able to be that little bit more consistent and overall solid with her game there. Great final from both girls. They should both be really proud of their efforts getting to the final today. Annabelle had some great spells there where she was able to showcase her aggressive game, but today it was just too much from Daniela, the way she was able to just mix up that tempo and make Annabelle feel uncomfortable.
Some way to finish it off as well. I mean, fairly comfortable hold, which is, it's not as easy as she made it look.
Looked like there was no signs of any nerves at the end there. She just stepped up to the line and executed a brilliant first serve and finished it.
So, Wimbledon wildcard secured for Daniela Britton. What a moment for her. She actually made the second round of Junior Wimbledon last year, so she's been there before. She knows what it's like going to a Junior Slam and winning a round too. I mean, that's only going to give her confidence going into this year as well, right?
Wow, that's really impressive at such a young age. Hopefully she can build on that this year and go one further. But it's great to know she'll have the experience of what it feels like walking out onto the courts at Wimbledon.
I mean, you played junior slams as well.
I mean, I played qualifying of Junior Wimbledon, and I played main draw in the doubles. So
yeah,
yeah, I have some experience at that level, but I played a little bit more actually as I got older, and I played ladies doubles a few times, and I played qualifying singles once. Yeah, I mean, nothing really comes close to the feeling of walking out onto the courts at Wimbledon to compete.
Yeah, it's something that I feel like the first time you do, it's just, you know, it's a success in itself just to put on a performance where you're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable, let alone getting a win. Like, it means so much to tennis players to be able to, you know, compete at a Grand Slam. That is like the pinnacle of this sport. And even when you're a junior, it might be a junior competition, but I mean, it just doesn't get bigger than that. So to have that experience going into the second year in a row that she's made the Wimbledon main draw, it's going to help her endless amounts as we look to get the trophy ceremony underway.
Please show your appreciation for both of our girls singles finalists, Annabelle Wong, Daniela Britton.
Richard Joyner here on the mic, tournament director, leading the way in this trophy ceremony. Let's listen in.
And also please show your appreciation for our on-court officials. And if you wondered why the ball crew are so good, they actually are ball crew for the Wimbledon Championship. So a big round of applause for our officials and our ball crew today. And to make our presentations, please welcome onto court Malgorzata Gribbs, who's off the LTA main board, and our championship referee, Jill Milne. So, firstly, to our runner-up for 2026, from Cheshire, Annabelle Wong. So she was runner-up in this final in 2025, winning her first singles national title from Dorset, Danielle Britton. our boys singles final will be coming to court shortly. Thank you.
Well, there we go. What a moment to be able to see national champions crowned at the National Tennis Centre here in southwest London. It's such a special occasion, and especially in their junior careers, this will be top of their list, I would have thought. You know, it still must be a nice memory for you thinking about that and looking back.
Definitely, it's some of my proudest moments, actually, looking back at where I am now and able to say, like, yeah, I was sort of national champion, even national finalist, 16 and unders as well. It's something that sort of stays with you for life, no matter how far the sport and this journey takes you.
So that does bring a close to the 16 under girls singles competition here at the Lexus Junior National Championships. We have one more match to come. It's the 16 under boys singles final between Isaac Salu and Eric Lorimer. That will be coming up very, very shortly indeed. Do stay with us, and we'll see you very shortly for the final match of the Lexus Junior National Champs.
So for our 16 under boys singles final, please welcome back onto court our ball crew. So, to our players, please firstly welcome Eric Lorimer. And also for our 16 under boys singles final, please welcome Isaac Salou. To the left of the umpire's chair is Eric Lorimer. Eric is Sao Paulo, Brazil, is age 15 and the number one seed here this week at the Lexus Junior National Championships. He has a GB ranking of 1, ITF Junior World ranking of 340 and trains at the LTA National Academy in Loughborough. He comes from Devon, started play at the age of 6. Career highlights so far include playing Junior Wimbledon and reached the final of a J60 in Latvia in 2025. Outside of tennis, his claim to fame is a fall-in-one at golf. Please welcome Eric Lorimer. To the right of the umpire's chair is Isaac Salou. Isaac is age 16, born in Leeds and trains at the Cultivate Academy in Leeds. Isaac's made the final here today as a wildcard. His county is Yorkshire and started playing tennis at the age of 5. Career highlights include competing for GB in the Winter Cup 2025 and outside of tennis, enjoys cycling and is a big Arsenal fan. Please welcome Isaac Salou.
Well, a very warm welcome back to live action of the Lexus Junior National Championships here at the LTA's home of tennis, the National Tennis Centre here in the heart of southwest London. The final match to come, the 16 and under boys singles final. Delighted to be joined once again in the commentary booth by Beth Gray, who's a former champion here at this very event. Well, not the boys' event, the girls' event, Beth. But you've been here exactly in this spot, and you know exactly what it feels like to be stepping onto court and compete for a national championship title. I mean, how will these boys be feeling?
Definitely, yeah. The nerves will be running high right now for both of these boys. Back when I was playing, it was actually held at the West Hands Club in Bournemouth on the clay. Often we'd end up indoors actually because of the typical British weather. It'd be getting rained off, which again is something these boys have had to deal with today. There was a bit of a delay getting the girls out onto court, so naturally that delays the boys a little bit. So they've had a few tests today already, and it's tricky conditions out there. So both these boys will have to be focused and ready to go from the off.
I mean, we are about to watch. I want to make sure everyone is aware who doesn't know these guys personally, but these are two very, very impressive tennis players and characters as a whole. I was down courtside and we were chatting to the players a little bit yesterday following their semi-final wins and, you know, interviewing them, and they were just so professional in everything that they did. Really, really courteous, really kind, not only to people around, but also to their competitors. Was really impressed with them both, with the way they were able to compete hard, but also have that compassion. And I'm just really impressed with them as a whole. So I'm really looking forward to this matchup. It's Isaac Salou, the Yorkshireman, to begin from the far end. Eric Lorimer from Devon down this near end to begin returning. So here we go then for the national title. It's Salou to begin.
was rewatching the match point of Isaac Salu's from his semi-final a little bit earlier on, and I was showing you, Beth, and you could see there the passion and just how much this tournament means to everyone that competes in it. It is the pinnacle of the domestic junior national calendar.
Yeah, so much passion from these guys. It seems like athletes at this age seem to be maturing much earlier, which is great to see. Even with their emotional composure on the court, they're already like mini professionals at this age.
Yeah, 100%, and I think it's easy to forget that as well, that just how impressive is what they're doing right now. Like, forget about whatever happens in the future. You know, we hope, of course, that both of these two players go on to achieve great things, you know, on the professional tours, but even if that doesn't happen, they are amazing athletes right now in the here and now, and I think that should be celebrated too.
Definitely. I mean, tennis as a sport, you learn so many skills that sort of transfer so well outside of sport when you finish your playing career, and these guys will already, without even knowing it, be developing and learning those skills already. So it's super impressive how, I mean, tennis, it teaches you so much as a person and a player. You're constantly having to problem solve on court, off court, you know, like really quickly in a match, the problem solving you have to be able to, and you're out there on your own, you know. They do allow a little bit of courtside coaching these days, but the sport, it is sort of a problem solving sport, and you have to be really good at that to get to the top level.
Early break points for Eric Lorimer here, and a second serve to look at trying to get on top of too. Just getting caught with that forehand, a little too tucked up, but just a word on Isaac Salu as we are tied in juice in the opening game. He's someone who isn't, you know, dominating the junior circuit at the moment. He's ranked a little bit lower than Lorimer. You know, he's the GB number 42. So for someone at that ranking to be able to get to a national final is pretty amazing.
Really, really impressive, yeah. Just shows that he's got this level in there though, and hopefully he'll use this experience to really spur him on and push him onto bigger and better things in his junior career and whatever is next to come for him.
Big ball striking from Salu early on. Loved the shape of shot that led up to that final bigger forehand, real injection of pace. And he's off to a great start, 1-love.
And already there he's had to do a little bit of problem solving by saving that break point, which is great to see. He held his serve.
I do think it'll be interesting to look at the history in this event and see what the biggest ranking gap is in a final. I think this must be up there in the history of the tournament.
Yeah, this could be up there, and I believe he's in on this tournament as a wild card as well.
Yes, it's amazing, and I think it's a real storyline as we progress through the final. And yeah, I mean, it's something to really think about. And if he does manage to go on and cause a bit of an upset here, that is, wow. I mean, that's a story and a half.
Yeah, so he's coming into this final as the underdog, and I'm sure Eric Lorimer will be aware of that, so he will be feeling that little bit of extra pressure. So let's see how it unfolds with him serving now.
Lorimer came through an epic yesterday against the qualifier. Neo Armas came through that on 5-7, 7-6, 7-5. So perhaps that was actually quite a nice entry into this final, having, you know, being the favorite, the heavy favorite against the qualifier in the semi. I mean, also, how great is it to see wildcards and qualifiers really challenge the best in the business at this age group? That is so good for the general progression of tennis in this country.
Just shows the depth that they must have on the boys' side right now for that sort of pool of players to be coming through and challenging the top guys in the age group right now.
It was Salu who took out the second seed yesterday in his semi-final, 7-5, 6-love. So a very strong end to that one for the Yorkshireman. Being courtside yesterday and watching Lorimer in his epic against Armas, it was evident how much RPM he gets on his forehand. Really rips the ball. Born in Brazil, so you can tell he's got maybe a bit of clay court specialist about him. Oh, but he's also got that that serve and volley in his locker too. So good hold of serve from the top seed. And we're all tied early on in this boys singles final. In the coaching corner of Isaac Salu this week is Jordan Reed-Thomas. Just saw courtside as I came up to the commentary box. Part of the team at Cultivate Tennis. based up in Leeds. It was such a beautifully played point, but what was wrong in that volley? What happened?
I think he just didn't quite get up to the net quick enough. I mean, it was a beautiful point that he played, and he set that up really well. It's great to see both boys looking to come forward and showcasing their pretty complete games already at such a young age. But I think just maybe the wind caught him out. It is pretty blustery out there today, so really important that they have that extra focus on their footwork and getting up to that ball fast.
Yeah,
Again,
slightly perhaps unforced error that should have been put away.
yeah, again, maybe he just didn't quite take care of his feet there on that ball. On those floating short balls can sometimes throw you off a bit because they seem a lot easier than they actually are. Last minute, the wind can take that away from you if you're not in the right position. It can cause an unforced error. 2 break points here. Second serve.
Oh, stayed down nicely on that backhand passing shot.
Yeah, great pass there. But it's great to see Eric. He's really putting his foot on the pedal there, taking that return early and putting a lot of pressure on his opponent by coming forward to the net.
Oh, it's so good from Salu as he brings out his first raw of the afternoon.
Great to see that passion on display, and another display of problem solving that he's had to do in this game on his serve. Getting himself out of trouble with saving those 2 break points there. Hopefully he can convert this game and keep it on serve.
Yeah, he's not afraid to show his emotion out there, like we were saying in his semi-final win. And I think it's part of his identity, and I think that's really important that they aren't afraid to show that, and they aren't afraid to give it that extra pump. You know, it's only 2-1 in the first set. It's still early days, but he's getting himself geared up for a big match here.
Sometimes as well, I think it's important to get that out early on in a match, especially if you feel that little bit of extra nerves in a final like this. I know when I was playing, that really helped me, even from the off, like not wait until it's 4-all in the first set or 5-all to really let that emotion out, you know, sort of sometimes you need to get that out early on in a match to settle yourself a little bit, and then that helps you sort of express yourself on the court and play fearless tennis, and that seems to have helped Isaac in that game definitely get himself out of trouble and put himself in the lead at 2-1.
So impressive. Not wasting any time in getting up to that. That was really quick ball from Salut.
It seems like since he let that extra bit of emotion out, it's just really helped him play much more freely, which we saw in that first point of this game.
Yeah, he looks very loose out there, does Salut, and I think rightly so. I mean, we said he's 42 in the rankings, and he's reached a national final already. He's ticked that box, and he's coming up against the #1 in the country. Yes, there's still a lot to play for, but arguably he can play freely out there. Almost got nothing to lose, which I'm a bit wary of saying because obviously there is something on the line here.
Definitely, yeah. It's great that he is coming out here this relaxed and able to execute his game plan as well as he is right now. And that's not to be underestimated because given his ranking, this might not be a situation that he's been in much before, and it can often go one or two ways. You could be a bit of a deer in a headlight situation, but so far he's dealing with being in a national final as a wild card really, really well.
Just really, really impressive right now from Salut. Love the return, pushing Lorimer right back into that backhand corner and then looking to punish on the next ball in the backhand, and it was really a really difficult shot for Lorimer to have to deal with there, causing the error.
And I think that little move that he made up the court after that shot that he hit pulling in wide just created that extra bit of pressure.
Yeah, there we go. It's difficult up at the net there. The ball is clearly swaying around a lot out there on court. And Salut, against what the rankings would say is up and looking strong in this opening set. 3-1, the Yorkshireman leads. Something to note as well, and because they did, I think, such a good job in the girls' singles final, I had no idea that there was ball kids there. I think it was because, that's kind of the point. That's when they're doing a great job. But they're doing, an awesome job so far today, the ball crew. Superb from Salut.
He's executing his game really, really well right now. And he's backing that up with his net game. It's great to see. Such a complete game. Let's see if Eric Lorimer can find something and bounce back. Right now, though, a short return like that isn't quite going to do it with how confident Isaac is with executing those short balls and following it up at the net. Needs to find a little bit more depth on those returns.
Yeah, just misses the mark again on the passing shot.
Feels a lot like he's reacting to what Isaac is doing right now rather than imposing himself and putting his own game plan into play. A lot of that might be to do with how well Isaac is playing right now, but he needs to stay focused and try and execute his game plan.
Yeah, there was just a little look over to his coaching team on the previous point, or after the previous point, from Lorimer, suggesting he's a little bit stuck of what to do out there. And like you say, maybe that's Salu putting on a really great performance so far, or perhaps he's just being a little reactive at the moment.
Great response there from Eric. And yeah, I mean, part of tennis matches is there's going to be times that you have to accept, okay, my opponent right now is just having a bit of a purple patch and everything they touch turns to gold. And I think recognizing that and keeping a clarity of thought and not sort of panicking too much in those moments is important, because you will get your chance. It's important to stay focused and stay ready to take that chance when it does come.
Really, really good dig from Eric Lorimer. He was stretched so far out wide and had to make something of that final shot, but did such a good job of getting it down low to Isaac Salu there. Difficult volley to make.
Really good dig, and he just didn't panic when he was in that position there. He just asked that one more question and made Isaac hit a really difficult volley, and he didn't pull it off this time. So he's yeah, he's got himself back into this game. Also important to note, he has had breakpoint chances in both the previous return games that he's played, so he is right in there. 3-1 can look a lot worse than it is. Like, he's doing a lot of the right things. It's just important that he doesn't panic and he stays present. Breakpoint chance again. Isaac has a little bit more problem solving to do here.
Again, really impressive from Salu there, of just straight away with that third ball, just pushing Lorimer back. He just looked a little bit rushed for time there.
Yeah, and off the back of a pretty decent return from Eric as well. Like, he played with big margin right at his body. Not an easy shot to pull off from that position, but he did really well to use his skills to hit it into the open court.
Made that.
Yeah.
Yeah, must have just caught the line.
Yeah, just clipped the line. You can see there though, maybe he felt like on the previous point, maybe he felt like going middle was a bit too passive, and he just tried to hit a little bit wider on that return, and it paid off.
big strike tennis from Salu when he needs it, but just hits net tape on that final forehand as he looked to finish off the point.
Yeah, I wonder again if the footwork could just sort of slow down a little bit with that ball seeming to just hang in the air, but so important off the back of setting a point up so well that you take care of those balls.
Yeah, just gone long, and Lorimer now is the one to let out a little roar as he gets back on serve in this opening set. Sums Lorimer up quite well that sort of game, just digging in and just waiting for the opportunity and just hanging around, because Salu is playing some unbelievable stuff, but the fact that Lorimer dug in there and found a way to come out of that game on top, I think, is pretty telling of the sort of character he is.
And I guess the athlete that he is as well, he's able to get behind a lot of these balls. Isaac's hitting heavy balls into both corners, and Eric's just getting out there, getting behind the ball, asking that one extra question, putting it back in heavy. And although it doesn't look like he's doing anything too flashy right now, Eric Lorimer's, that's a bit of a hidden strength of his maybe, that he's able to just grind his opponent down and wait for his opportunity. Oh, looks like he's forgot what side he's serving from then, between his first and second serve.
Again, the return causing a lot of damage down that other end of the court. It's so heavy, it's really popping off the court.
Yeah, it is. And if you don't quite get it outside of your opponent's strike zone, you're a bit of a sitting duck for a return like that, as he's just seen. I think the wind's really picking up now. Both players starting to play with a lot more margin.
Just about does enough, Lorimer.
Great decision there to take that out the air with how these conditions are. Sometimes letting those balls drop in that sort of front of the court, it can just spin off away from you at the last moment and make that a really tricky shot to play, but he did great taking that out the air there.
And I think just looking at the support team surrounding Eric, up in the forecourt, up at the net, finishing off volleys is somewhere where he's going to be supported so well. I mean, the boys' head coach at the Loughborough National Tennis Academy, you know, has such a lot of experience on the doubles court as well as coaching. You know, he's coached Jonas Bjorkman to 3 Wimbledon doubles titles in the past. He was the travelling coach for Dominic Thiem. You know, obviously a former Grand Slam champion. That is some experience to have in your corner.
Definitely, yeah, and I think at this age it's so key to have a good support system around you, because you're really building the foundations of your game, building your game identity, and a lot of what you do at this age is sort of is really creating that game identity. And in the men's game especially, having a really strong net game is sort of essential these days on the tour.
Slightly slower backhand with a lot of height on it too.
Yeah, just getting it outside of his strike zone. Looks like that area might just be a little bit more uncomfortable on that forehand side, which is natural for all tennis players with the two-handed backhands. Shoulder height is where we are at our weakest, so great tactical play from Isaac there. These conditions really picking up now, making it really tricky. The ball's swirling everywhere, as we can see with the flags surrounding the court. They're just blowing so much. Really important for these guys to move their feet as much as they can, get into a good position, and even with a serve, like it makes it tricky with the ball toss, but just taking their time to, if the ball blows out of their sort of comfortable contact zone, that they don't hit it.
It is really blowing now.
Yeah, you can even see the camera shaking a little bit. Yeah, right now while the wind's like this, it's not going to be pretty tennis at all. It's just who can dig in mentally and just accept that this is the conditions that they're having to deal with. It's the same for both players.
Oh, that's a really, really impressive passing shot at a critical moment in this game too.
Just shows how calm he must be staying under these pressure situations right now to be able to execute a shot like that under pressure.
Just pulls it long. If he had won that point, I would have said, you know, we might look back on that passing shot as a real key moment in that opening set if he was to go on to win it. Still got work to do here. It's just tough for them to find the right timing at the moment, understandably.
Yeah, it is. It's just in these moments, though, I always find just playing the most high percentage return possible.
Great shot.
Yeah, and great decision going into that bigger part of the court, cross court on that approach shot there. Did enough with it to put Isaac under pressure and force the error.
And eventually we do have a winner of the game. I mean, it took some time. That was a hard-fought few points there. Eventually, Lorimer takes the game. And we're back on serve in this opening set. Tough conditions out here. But both players doing a good job of keeping on top of their performance and putting on some good tennis nonetheless.
Also really impressive to see both boys managing their emotions so well as well. It's so easy when the conditions are like this. It can be really, really frustrating out there because you're not executing your game as well as you feel like you can do, or, you know, and it can get on top of you really quickly. But both of these boys have stayed really calm and managed their emotions really well, which I find is really impressive.
And as well, I think, obviously being at the National Tennis Centre, where you do have, you know, a lot of coaches around looking at your performance, perhaps that's an extra incentive to really show your best self.
Definitely, and I think tennis players, we are sort of performers as well. It's important to remember that. So you've got to go out there on that court and put on a good show, and sort of having that extra little bit of pressure maybe of knowing like national coaches might be around. It just brings out that performer in you.
Yeah, we had Leon Smith down yesterday, who's of course leads the Davis Cup team.
Yeah, so these boys will be wanting to put on their best sort of show, and in these conditions it's not always easy to be showing your best tennis, but as an athlete, as a professional, there's a lot that is in your control. which is your mentality on the court, how hard you're trying, your ability to problem solve, and both these boys are showcasing that really well right now, I'd say.
Looks as if Lorimer is starting to get the hang of how to play Isaac Salu right now, and especially perhaps the one who's starting to adjust to the conditions a little bit better. Maybe not.
Overall, though, I do agree. I think he's brought his margins in a bit more than Isaac has at times, and he's working the points a little bit more, a little bit longer. He's willing to suffer a little bit more. I know Isaac pulled off a great shot there, but at times he's sort of going for a little bit too much, a bit too close to the lines.
Yeah, nice pass. That's the sort of shot that's the right one to hit. You know, again, it didn't go for too much there, made sure he made it.
Yeah, and he does say that his forehand cross is his favourite shot, and we've just seen it executed perfectly there. Again, at this point in the match, 30-all. Sort of, he was right in behind that ball and he's just gone for a bit too much on it. Really important that you keep your margins.
Oh. Lorimer was all over that volley. I didn't think he needed to leave that at all.
I wonder if he felt like it was going to blow long at the last moment like that previous forehand did. But another great forehand cross court from Isaac there. And another close game.
Yeah, well, switched up the direction of the pass and perhaps should have just stuck to his old faithful, the forehand cross. And
maybe he felt a little bit more pressure because he's hit that shot twice, that he felt like Eric was going to be there. But I would always say it's better to make your opponent play that volley than go for a bit of a Hollywood down the line.
And there we go, then it does end up into the hands of Eric Lorimer that game, and we are back level at 4 games all. This is a real tough one to tell which way this one is going to go.
Lots of ebbs and flows and a really physical match, and I think the wind has a lot to do with it as well. I think both boys are finding it easier down one end with the wind.
Excellent tennis from Salu in the opening point of this game.
Really clinical, and he seems really clear on what he was trying to execute there. And at this point in the match, it all comes down to that. I'd say it's who can sort of perform better under pressure and keep their mind clear, execute their game plan.
Again, almost picture perfect point from Salu, just the finishing touches let him down.
Maybe a little bit too casual on that volley, just not the same intensity as he's had sort of at the back of the court, or up at that forecourt when it looks like the point's over. You have to have that same intensity on those shots.
Do you feel like there is a little tendency for Salu to perhaps lack a bit of that attention to detail at the final shot, more often than not up at the net? So I think, yeah.
We've definitely seen a bit of a pattern of that, haven't we, since the start of the match? A few sort of mid-court forehands missed, and then a couple of volleys as well when he seemed to be in position and had that open court, and he's just been a little bit too casual maybe and not taking care of his footwork and his attention to detail on those balls.
Right, I think there's something that he just needs to change in that final conversion.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he's seen it as a final shot of the rally, but you almost want to have the mentality of a 2-ball finish. You never want to feel like this is the ball I'm finishing the point on, because it adds that extra bit of pressure and maybe tightens you up a little bit.
That's really positive tennis from Isaac Salu, and despite those perhaps missed opportunities in a few points in that game, he does come through it, and he's just a game away now from taking the opening set, but still on serve. I feel like Salu might feel a real opportunity here to perhaps clinch this opening set when he really is, he would sneak it at this point. Not far from dropping over.
Really close there. Great physical battle there from the boys in that point. Also, Isaac getting that first point of this game really adds that extra bit of pressure onto Eric in his service game here as he's serving to stay in this set.
up for Lorimer here.
And also a big opportunity for Isaac. 15:30 returning for the set.
Oh, superb.
Really good response, and great to see Isaac congratulating him on that shot, on that serve as well there. Just shows the maturity level that where he's at, able to do that. That acceptance of your opponent playing a really quality point under pressure.
I mean, it was a good second serve, but arguably not good enough for a missed return, I'd say.
It was a good second serve. It did kick up and kind of get him out of his strike zone, but it just looked like Isaac was a little bit tentative on that ball compared to how he's seen on his forehand cross court throughout the course of this match so far. Maybe a little bit of nerves coming into play there on that one.
Yeah, I do feel like a lot of his forehands, especially when he's got front foot, you know, into the court, his flow of movement is so nice to see, whereas that return, it didn't quite look as smooth and as free-flowing, I'd say. Opportunity to tie things up in this opener. Oh, how about that for a point? What an exchange between these two players. Ultimately finished off by Isaac Salu, but that is top quality stuff in these conditions.
Really impressive from both boys, showing their athletic ability there from all corners of the court. Especially Eric Lorimer sliding out to that ball, which you see more and more these days on a hard court, is these athletes' ability to slide forward, slide laterally. Incredible athletes.
The missed return on that forehand side again, just this time perhaps going too much the other way, and you know, that previous forehand return missed in the net. Just needs to find a middle ground. That's the sort of forehand where it just looks so natural for him to put all his body weight through that shot.
Impressive ability to bounce back there from that quick error on that juice point and then put in a point like that. Just shows that Isaac, he does have that ability on the forehand to repeat. It's just amazing what the added pressure and nerves can do to a player in this situation.
Got to say, tactically from Lorimer, it's, you know, it's clever thinking going back to that shot.
Definitely, and I think when something's working, why change it? Especially at this time in a match. See there, he's just peppering that forehand return because he knows he's got a few errors out of Isaac, and he's just kept on with it, and it's he's got himself all squared at 5-all here.
Good hands. Nice way to finish that one off at the net.
Great job staying strong there. Just keeping his racket out in front and executing that drop volley really, really well.
Big ball striking. I feel like they upped the pace there in that point.
Really is. Maybe the wind's died down a little bit, so they're able to get that extra bit of injection of pace on the ball. Interesting that Isaac chose to retreat back to the baseline there when he hit that mid-court backhand.
I think, does that sort of thing come from experience and basically improving your net game and having that confidence to follow that ball into the net? Perhaps, you know, he's missed quite a few at the net, as we've alluded to, and that just hinders his confidence a little bit in getting up there.
Possibly, yeah. I think there will be a bit of a hangover in his mind, knowing that he has sort of not executed quite a few balls up at the net, so he chose to sort of retreat back to the baseline where he's more comfortable, then follow that ball in and go for a volley.
That's world class from Salu. Holds off the break point.
Great patience there, just really working the ball, not trying to pull the trigger too soon. Can really see his favour in that forehand side. Just working that forehand cross, which is his favourite shot, and looking for the forehand inside in, and then taking his time, really moving his feet on that bounce smash that he had. Great composure. Definitely see he's more comfortable on that forehand side there. When he got pinned into his backhand corner, he just didn't quite get his feet behind the ball fast enough, so he was forced to take a half volley rather than getting behind that ball and driving his body weight through the court.
Hear it again through the sound of the court, the blowing a gale as he tried to hit that forehand, but he manages to keep his cool and put that one away into the corner of the court. Locked in another very, very tight game.
Fell off that forehand a little bit.
Racket head speed slowed down there as well, which again is super important when it's windy like this. You've got to have that racket head speed to get that extra cover on the ball. Again, all these things kind of come down to this point in a match when nerves are running high.
Oh, some return from Eric Lorimer. He does break through the deadlock eventually. A break of serve that will mean he'll come back out of the change of ends and serve for the opening set here at the 16 and under national finals. Lorimer showing some good energy coming out of the changeover, jogging out of the chair to try and see this set off in this game.
Again, we could see him looking to use that serve and volley on that first point there. Seems like part of his identity and a big part of his game, which is really impressive to see.
Difficult return to have to deal with. They stayed so low.
Tricky ball to deal with. I feel like he maybe tried to hit that a bit too hard with him being that far up the court. When the ball's down that low, you really have to work it to get up and down and take a little bit of pace off. Can't hit that flat through the court like you can in other areas of the court when the ball's that little bit more higher. He's doing a great job, Eric, in this game of staying really composed. Just working the ball around there and getting his opportunity.
Haven't seen too much use of the slice in these conditions, which is, I feel like, normally what you tend to see a bit more of when it is blowing this much.
That's really true. It is a really great shot to use in these conditions to disrupt your opponent's rhythm and just get them hitting outside of their comfortable strike zone, forcing errors. Both of these boys look like they're much more comfortable trying to dictate play with their forehands than trying to be creative on their backhand sides by using that slice. Perhaps that is an area of both of their games that they can continue to develop.
2 set points for the top seed here.
let's not forget as well that Salu is a wild card into this, and, you know, he'd probably take this position, you know, going into this match. 41 places below Lorimer in the GB rankings, and he's making the top seed really work hard for this opening set. It's not over just yet. Another set point coming. Oh my goodness, what a volley from Isaac Salu. How about that?
Wow, and that's really, really brave tennis from him, taking that backhand down the line. You could say that was a risky shot, but he's executed it beautifully, and he's come out on top, saving another set point. And I mean, watching these two guys play, I know Eric is #1 in the country right now, and Isaac in on a wild card, but you wouldn't think so watching this match. They're so evenly matched. Again, just shows the depth of this age group right now.
Oh, so good.
Suddenly he just seems to have real clarity of thought. Sometimes when you are down and out, or feeling as though you're down and out with those set points against you, it can just force you to have a much more clear trail of thought with what you're trying to execute, and it seems like that's what's happened with Isaac with the last few points that he's played.
Missed it deep. Disappointed with that one, isn't he?
He did have the open court, and he just pushed it a little bit too far long. Didn't really need to be aiming that deep, I don't think, especially with how good his net game has been. Again, I'd just be thinking of more of like a 2-ball finish mentality there. Execute that ball with really good margin and follow it in as though you're going to get another volley.
Well, I feel like it did deserve to end in a tiebreak this set. It's been so tough to call between these two.
Yeah, they're really evenly matched.
Going to be so intrigued to see how this one plays out.
So far, it seems as though Isaac is the one with the more clear mind right now with how he's executing his game. But there's a long way to go in a tiebreak.
Such a good change-up. How good is that?
Yeah, first use of the slice after we mentioned that before as well, and it forced that error.
Do you feel like this set slightly more important for Salu to win? Do you think if he was to go down a set to love, it's probably looking like Lorimer will run away with it? Or do you feel actually either player can forge a bit of a comeback if they go down a set here?
I do think so far with how evenly matched they have been and how well they've both bounced back from being in tricky situations, that no matter who wins this set, I wouldn't count the other guy out to come back in the second set. But possibly just Eric being that bit more experienced at this sort of level, he might more have the ability to run away with the match.
Just incredible tennis from Salu, really performing so well in this tiebreak so far. Some creative play as well. He's a little bit unorthodox up at the net.
Yeah, and he's executing that much better now at the net. Maybe he's just forced himself to be a little bit calmer when he's up there, and yeah, not trying to finish it on that one ball.
Come on! Wake up, man!
Lorimer trying to pump himself up here. Knows it's now or never in this opening set.
Brilliant return there as well, because it wasn't a bad serve and he's just put it right back on his toes, forced him to try and hit the open space off a tough ball into his backhand side.
Really good, just waited a little bit longer, and it felt like Lorimer committed just a little bit there for the space to open up in that corner of the court.
Maybe also he didn't quite knife that slice enough. It just looked like it was still a comfortable height for Isaac to go for that cross-court pass. If you're going to hit a slice approach, you really want to knife that slice through the court and keep it low to force your opponent to hit up.
Oh, it's clever. Going straight at the body, Salu. That says to me that is really clever thinking. You know, he's thinking straight out there in this tiebreak.
It also shows that he's really clear right now and not trying to go for those sort of close to the lines. He's not rushing making a decision on that ball. He thought, right, I'm just going to keep my opponent asking to play one more ball, even when they're at the net as well, and that's really impressive under this pressure in a tie-break.
Again, you know, we've said it, but at this, you know, latter stage of big events of national championships, this is somewhere where Salu hasn't, you know, been before at this stage, and it is somewhere where Lorimer feels perhaps a little bit more comfortable. So with that in mind, so impressive the way he's come out in this tiebreak and got out to a start such as this, and you know, he lost in the qualifying last year in this same event, and now he's seeing himself, you know, out in front in a final just 12 months on.
That definitely could help him to play with that bit more freedom, and maybe from Eric Lorimer's perspective, that just adds that little bit extra pressure, and maybe that's impacting his decision making at times.
Yeah, does enough on the smash. Lorimer, I thought for a second there, might have been able to track that one down, but yeah, it's good enough.
Again, really clear play from Isaac there on that backhand approach shot. He didn't go too close to the lines. He was balanced and composed and setting up that next shot rather than going for a winner on that ball.
Set points for Salu.
Looked a little bit tentative on that mid-court forehand there. Maybe he felt like he'd done enough with the backhand cross-court, putting Eric Lorimer out wide.
Yeah, it wasn't far from going over that final forehand, but again, it's obvious to me because he's so good at that front foot forehand when he does it well. It's really obvious to me when he doesn't quite get his body weight through it. And that's another set point saved. now. What a volley. What a volley.
Again, really brave play there, choosing to use the 7 volley at set point down. One more set point on Isaac's serve here.
Just feel like he'd love a first serve here.
Or love that mid-court forehand back a few points ago.
Yeah, that as well. Oh, he's gone for it. Oh, it's just such good tennis, you know, at this stage of the set. But that is a few set points now come and gone.
Both boys performing really well under pressure right now, saving these set points. And not too much done wrong actually when they've both been set points up. It's more been on the racket of the player who's been down the set points. I know there was that one mid-court forehand that Isaac had that he just clipped the top of the net with. But apart from that, there's been a lot of brave tennis on show.
Oh, it's crunch time now. I feel like this is really where we see the players come into their own. Who's going to crack? Who's going to come through this?
Shows a lot about each player's character in these moments for sure. It's what tennis is all about. How well can you perform under pressure?
Goes deep off the forehand, does Lorimer. Again, being forced to just shorten up that backswing on the forehand side. It's Salu who's going big into that area of the court.
Wind's picking up again here. Let's see.
4th set point for Salu. Oh, it's just the way, you know, no one wants to see that sort of set end. It's a tough end for Lorimer. But there we go. What a set.
Such a shame for that set to end like that, but with the conditions being the way that they are and stepping up to the line, set point down, trying to serve in these conditions is really, really tricky.
Hour and a half set, roughly, was it? When did we get started with this one?
Yeah, it was around then. It was yeah, that was a long set, big physical battle from both boys there.
Yeah, hugely physical. Both players, I mean, performing so well, both mentally and as well with their tennis. Really, really impressive set. Ultimately, it's the wild card, the British number 42, who comes out on top. And the top seed, Eric Lorimer, has work to do if he's going to forge a comeback here in the final.
So we're almost ready to get this second set underway in this boys 16 and under national junior final here. Isaac Salu, the wild card, taking the first set 7-6 in a epic first set that lasted an hour and a half. Just went for a short bathroom break. Eric Lorimer's got a little bit of work to do here to get himself back into this match. Quite a lot on the line for these boys here as well. The winner of today's match will get a wild card into the Junior Wimbledon boys singles. Really positive first point there. Perhaps while I took that bathroom break, it gave Eric some time to just reflect on that set and really plan what he wants to do going forward in this second set. Just missed the line there on that inside in forehand, but it seems as though he's got a much clearer game plan of what he's trying to do and trying to play this front foot tennis. Nice idea to use the drop shot, but maybe just not the quite the right time to use it there when Isaac wasn't really out of position too much. Excellent volley there. That wasn't easy as it was dipping down towards his feet. Did a great job to use his hand skills there and knife that volley into the open court.
Good attacking tennis from Lorimer. And once again, the forehand being injected with pace. And he manages to fight off a break point and get started in this second set.
superb approach shot.
Keeps it pretty close to the lines. Accuracy was spot on there. Salu not quite getting into the areas of the court that he wants to at the moment. Lorimer starting to dominate. Earned himself a break point early on in the second. Oh, the counter. Impressive.
Hitting that space really well there, pushing him back behind the baseline. He's done a great job, Isaac, of getting himself out of trouble with those break points during this match.
Just been called deep. So again, Lorimer will have another look at a return on break point. Danced around the return to find the forehand on the previous break point. What will he do here? Yeah, it sails long. And top seed in front now in the second set. Is this the start of a comeback we're seeing here?
Felt as though he came out of the blocks in this set really clear with his intention of what he's trying to do and play that little bit more aggressive. The wind maybe taking that one. Again, it's important to have that extra bit of footwork around the ball and not plant too early. You just never know if that ball is just going to sway away from you just before contact. Worked really, really hard to get that breaker serve in that last game, and super important that you back that up with a hold, because they say that it's not a break until you actually hold. Bit of work to do here, Eric Lorimer.
Yeah, surprising those couple of unforced errors there. Just felt like he was so dialed in. But a couple of errors, putting himself down in this game. That's a tricky shot to have to deal with too, and Salu looking to try and get the break straight back. Frustration starting to bubble for Lorimer.
Oh, just put out a hand and hope for the best, but it turns out to be a pretty sensational volley.
Not an easy volley that as well on the stretch. You have to be really strong in the core and in the upper body to be able to get out there and control that volley. Looking to use that serve and volley there to try and save this final break point. We've got a second serve coming up.
Yeah, that's going to really frustrate Eric Lorimer. It was starting to just get a little bit heated there in his mind, I think. And that double will not help because we're back on serve. Salu still very much early days in this second set.
Perhaps that double fault is a bit of an indication as to where he's at mentally right now. It seemed as though he came out in those first two games of this second set really clear with his intentions, tactically. But there, just after those couple loose errors early on, seemed to really get on top of him. Got some work to do to bounce back now. Isaac doing a really good job there of just playing really simple, clear, effective tennis, big margins, and forcing the arrow from his opponent with that depth that he's hitting. Looks a bit like Eric Lorimer's struggling to find that balance between aggression and over-aggression.
Yeah, absolutely right. Couple of unforced errors there. Lorimer just going for a little too much. I feel like we're not quite at this stage yet, but if you're Salu, at what point do you start potentially thinking, oh, you know what, I'm in with a shot here of beating the top seed, beating the #1 in the country and taking the title home with me?
I think it's important not to look too far ahead at that at all, to be honest, because that's when you start looking too far ahead and you're not focusing on the here and now. And Isaac, so far, he's done a really good job of that, just focus on one point at a time, executing his game plan really well, getting himself out of trouble at times. And you can only do that when you are staying in the present and focusing on one point at a time. When you start thinking too far ahead at the title, that's when nerves can come in and overcome you a little bit.
Yeah, the forehand dominating, and it looks like he's gonna really push forward in this game, and injection of pace there.
Emotionally as well, he seems really ready to take his chances. He's not reacting too much when a point doesn't go his way, and sort of there he's recognising his good play by getting himself pumped up, which will also start to put more doubt in Eric Lorimer's mind when you see your opponent reacting like that down the other end.
Just pulled the trigger, perhaps a little too early in that point.
Yeah, and perhaps from a little bit too far behind the baseline as well. He was quite clearly in the grey area of the court there. I think if you're looking to pull the trigger like that, you want to have both feet sort of just inside the blue, inside the baseline in the court.
Good backhand, taking Salu right off court, forcing him to take off a hand on the racket.
Looks a little bit now like both boys are trying to target each other's backhand sides, as they both dictate and play so well with their forehands.
Impressive hold from Lorimer, and he pushes himself back out in front in this second set. 3-2, top seed leads. Looks like it's new balls in action, or at least they were just checking through to see which ones were still in play. Just go back onto the topic of
of your sort of mindset as an underdog potentially moving closer to a big win. How did you manage to train that when you were playing? Was there certain ways that you could do, certain things you could do off court to think about that, or did you have to just experience it and learn from those experiences?
Definitely learning from experiences, I think, but also something I learned a bit later in my career was to accept that those thoughts will naturally come in. Naturally, your brain will want to look ahead and you can't prevent that from happening, but it's having a strategy in place to sort of accept those thoughts are going to come in and then let them go and refocus on one point at a time and the task at hand. I think it's easy to sort of panic in those situations if those thoughts come in, and then you're sort of stuck focusing on those thoughts, but having a strategy to let those thoughts go and refocus is really important.
That's big tennis from Lorimer, forcing his way up towards the net. I guess is that where something like, I don't know if you did this, but mindfulness and yoga, where, you know, they very much encourage and ask you to notice your thoughts and like notice the sounds around you and notice those feelings, and then understanding how to just let them go, and you sort of come in and out. Is that something you practice much?
Definitely. I mean, not yoga specifically for me. I mean, I think everybody will have their own strategy of what works for them or how they learn to tap into those thoughts and understand their thoughts and control their thoughts almost. I think for me it was just understanding and accepting that those thoughts they happen, they're normal, it's okay, everybody has them. If you start thinking ahead, you know, it's not a bad thing. It doesn't mean that you're not a player who can go further than where you are now. It's just having strategies in place to, yeah, almost control your thoughts in those sort of pressure situations, because as human beings, which we all are, our minds are going to want to wander, but as an athlete it's just important to know how to bring that back.
And I mean, talking of controlling your emotions and feeling like you want to stay in control, like it's pretty timely conversation looking at the sort of conditions these players are having to play in and the occasion that it is. Someone like an Eric Lorimer, who, like we've said, is the top seed, he's the favourite, but he sees himself a set down and he's locked in a tight second set. This is where all of those skills come into play emotionally. He dealt with it so well yesterday, coming through a three-setter against a qualifier. He's got another tough one today.
Definitely, and I think that's the nature of being a top seed in a tournament, any tournament. Being top in your age group, naturally that puts a bit more of a target on your back. Like, people are going to be gunning for you little bit more, and yeah, it's important for those guys to be able to sort of accept that. I think a lot of it comes down to acceptance and not fighting against that. Okay, like, accept that I'm in this position, I've earned myself to be in this position, and that comes with challenges.
I think as well, I mean, I think it was after Miami perhaps, where Alcaraz, I think I heard him say a line of like, I'm kind of, you know, sick of having a target on my back. And it's true, like, the guys at the top of the rankings always have that, and they're going to have moments where, you know, where they fall short and they do get beaten. But it's like, how much can you delay that, or how much can you keep that away? Because it will come ultimately at some point. But then how quickly can you then get back on top?
Again, I think that comes down to that acceptance, like accepting that we're all human, and even though Alcaraz is at the top of the game, dominating week in, week out, he's still human. He's going to have times where people who are lower ranked than him are going to beat him, and his ability to bounce back is what makes him the champion that he is, and his ability to accept that those moments are going to happen as well.
He's just about staying strong, despite still being, you know, a little bit frustrated out there. Lorimer is managing those emotions for now, I'd say, and he's just ticking along on this scoreboard.
He is. He's doing a really good job of just sticking in there, and if he can just keep sticking in there, keeping the scoreline close, then I feel like in a situation like this, it's inevitable that he will get an opportunity at some point, and if he's managing his emotions well enough, then he'll be ready to take that opportunity when it does come. And if it doesn't come, then you just kind of got to say too good to your opponent on the day, and that's fine too. That's part of the acceptance that I was talking about earlier. So 3-4 on serve, second set.
Lovely transition.
Just stayed really calm on that ball up the court there as well. There was that extra little bit of footwork that you could hear, the little squeak of the court. And I think that just helped him execute that ball into the open space.
Yeah, and that's another thing that comes to mind when I watch these two players, but also just from yesterday watching around in the semi-finals from all the players, is that, you know, their games are so ready for the men's game and for the women's game in the girls. You know, I always remember being coached when I was a youngster saying, you know, around, I guess, 14, 15, we've got to start preparing your game to take on the men. You know, the big serves, the big forehands. But these guys seem like they're just going to naturally go into that.
Seems as though that's the way tennis is evolving. These athletes are developing earlier and earlier, and there's not that sort of, okay, get to 14 and then start that transition. It's like as soon as they're starting to play tennis, it's the developing that identity from the get-go. It's like developing skills a lot earlier that will take them into the men's or the women's game.
Superb finish. Held that volley so well and kept the wrist firm.
I think going back to what we were just saying about them developing those skills for the women's or the men's game a lot earlier, so that transition is seamless. I think that's also apparent for them as athletes, the way they're developing a lot earlier as well. They're not getting to 14 and then starting to develop themselves as athletes. Like the fitness starts a lot younger now, so that transition is seamless.
Oh, superb. Salu is starting to really turn it up here.
He's starting to look really, really clinical in that forecourt as well, like what we were talking about, how he was looking maybe a little bit sort of sloppy at times, you know, with not quite having that extra bit of footwork, but he's executed 4 or 5 in a row now up the court. Really clinical.
All right then. Some big points coming right up here. Isaac Salu has opportunities to break serve, and he's got 3 of them.
Great to see him taking on that second serve return as well. Really physical behind the ball.
Oh, how about that for a bit of class? Isaac Salu has just played one of the best games of the tournament. It started off with that finesse volley and finished with a quite delightful lob over the head of Eric Lorimer. He'll come back out and serve for the title.
Really impressive contrast there, sort of going after the ball, making him hit volley after volley, and then being able to dial that into the silky smooth hands that you need to hit a lob. And he executed that perfectly. Set him up to serve for the title. Great to see Eric springing out of his seat there. He's got a lot of work to do in this game to stay in this match. Some really, really heavy forehands there from Isaac, but once again, maybe a little bit of tension in his arm and his hand there, trying to execute that mid-court forehand. A really great response though there, again executing 3 forehands, staying really calm, using his legs really well and forcing an error from Eric Lorimer.
Come on, man.
Eric doing his best to pump himself up here and stay in this game.
This game was always going to have some tension.
Yep, and right there we just saw him lift up a bit on that backhand and it's just sailed it long. Really important to stay down through that ball when you've got a mid-court ball. Eric Lorimer doing his best to apply pressure here.
I mean, it's just fascinating to me that
both players are just going into their opponent's forehand side, neither deciding to go either high up the line to push their opponent back on the backhand side. It's just interesting to me that.
I think that's tension, that's what that is. They're both sort of going into their most comfortable shot in a pressure situation, which is their forehand cross courts.
Who's going to be the player to take it on?
Another huge forehand battle there. Possibly one of the longest points of the match. And it sets up a championship point for Isaac Salu. And he does it. The wild card from Yorkshire takes the 16 and under boys singles national title and earns himself a place in the Junior Wimbledon main draw. Wow, what a story. Great match from both guys, really physical battle. Isaac coming out on top, really well deserved. Brilliant effort there to convert his first match point as well. Not easy to do in this situation.
Well, what an upset, Beth. That was quite something. I got to be honest, I wasn't expecting it to finish in that way, in straight sets, to be honest. I thought the top seed, Eric Lorimer, I mean, you could look at him there, absolutely devastated. And I feel like he fully believed he would come back and take that to 3. But fair play, Isaac Salu. What performance, fully deserved national title for him. Incredible.
Yeah, he did, and Eric Lorimer, he did put himself in a great position that second set, coming out of the blocks to go 2-love up, but Isaac fully deserved with this win. I mean, he stayed calm, he stayed level, he kept executing his game plan, and when it really mattered, he took his chances and got that break and closed out the match, which just shows that he is, despite his ranking and despite he was in on a wild card, he's a class player, deserved to be here, deserved the title.
Yeah, great respect between the two players. Both, as I said at the beginning of the match, I was just so impressed with the characters they are. Really impressive to see, and I think that at this stage is the most important thing. And so spot on to their support crews and their families as well. A massive congratulations. But today is Isaac Salu's day as we prepare for the trophy ceremony. Richard Joyner, the tournament director, acting as MC. Joined on court by Margazata Gribbs, member of the LTA main board, and Jill Milne, the tournament referee.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for both of our So just before we present to the players, just a few thank yous that I would like to make. Once again, big thank you to our team of officials who have been with us. Some of you have been here since Monday, some of you might have been here since Saturday, but Darren Michaels, who's been looking after the team of officials, has definitely been here with the team since Saturday, and also doing the full stint for next week too. So for our team of LTA officials, thank you very much. As always, we're very privileged to have ball crew here from the Wimbledon Championships, and I would like to once again thank the ball crew, thank the team that have been with them today, and we look forward to seeing some of you next week. Great job as always, thank you. From our tournament team, I'd like to thank Jill Milne, our referee, Nigel Smethurst, our physio, Sean Coopey, who's been on practice desk, Peter Dalton, who's been doing the stringing, Alex and Beth, who have been doing the commentary today, and also the NTC Ops team, who have been fantastic as always, preparing for each morning, each night. So thank you to everyone there. So to present our trophies, please welcome back onto court Margazata Grips from the LTA main board and Jill Milne, our tournament referee. So to our runner-up of the boys singles 2026, Eric Lorimer. From Leeds in Yorkshire, Isaac Salou. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. For those of you with us for the 80 event next week, look forward to seeing you then. Thank you for your patience today with the weather firstly, and have a safe journey back. Thank you.
Yeah.